Hello folks, this is your host NCommander, and hopefully the mic is sounding good tonight because I've done a whole bunch of work to try and improve the audio setup. And you know what? I need my mouse pad, so I'll grab that. So we are once again working with the Motorola PowerStack, which is going to be at VCF, assuming I can get this to do anything. Last time we were playing with the machine, we were trying to get it to NetBoot, and I had only a few hours to work on it. And then I spent all of basically last week relaxing. Like, that was a incredibly needed vacation. So, yeah, the peaceful music helps. Like, I gotta tell you, I actually got into playing Minecraft again, which is probably a really bad sign for future productivity. But I've been playing Dimensional Hopper the Void as a mod pack. I've even been making a little webcomic and posting it on Reddit. So. It's, the audio sounds peaky. Okay, hold on, I can fix that. I actually have the monitor headset out. I got a lot of comments that the last stream was really bad audio-wise, so this time I decided, you know what, I'll do this properly. I've got the monitoring set here. I can listen to the audio feed. And how do I sound? Oh, I see what you're saying. Let's see here. What about right about there? I'm definitely getting a little echo in this room, but that is definitely better. Yeah, so this is something I've been trying to figure out. This is the same disk image we were using last time. I think there's problems with Debian running. You know, I am clipping harder than I realized. Hold on. Yeah, okay, that is much better. Yeah, so I think there's more serious problems with the prep image than originally put, because we got to the point that we can NetBoot, but when we try NetBooting, we have a completely different failure mode, and I'll show that right here. So, let it boot up. I didn't put in the new configuration chip yet. The reason for that is when I was inspecting the plastics after the last stream, you probably can't see it, it's too small, I found a large crack on one of the hinges. I don't want to take it apart again, and I'm going to probably have to super glue that, so I hope it holds. Yeah, I can turn the music down. How's that? Is that better? Okay. Mic is too low. Testing 1, 2, 3. Alright, so I put a limiter on it on OBS, which is probably affecting it somewhat. But I've got it cranked up quite a bit louder now. So this is where we got with NetBooting. It downloads the image file. It tries to start booting. You see, you get residual data here. And what we'll get is it'll start loading the Linux PPC bootloader, and then you get Ori in TAD, which doesn't help, and then it goes down flames. Okay. All right, how's that sound as far as adjustments go? I'm right below clipping, according to the interface monitors. Yeah, okay. It's going to be a work in progress. I'm definitely going to do what I can to make this better longer term. Yeah, so I've been kind of stuck here, so I figured I'd just bring the stream up and we'll see what we can do with it. So I have done a couple of things since the last time. I now, running on App Solution, I now have an Ubuntu PowerPC. This is 1404. It is exceptionally slow. Like, I don't know why it is this slow, because installation took almost 2 hours. Even though it should be a lot faster than that. I honestly might just have to get out my actual G5. I really am trying to avoid doing that. So, alright. So, I think where we want to start off on this one is, let's grab the potato to bootstrap, because ultimately, one of the biggest problems we ran into is we didn't have a way to get the bootstrap we needed. So, apt install the bootstrap. Because this will be the full root environment that goes to the version of Debian that goes to this machine. So, presumably, once we have that downloaded, I'm hoping we'll be able to get somewhere with that. So deb bootstrap. Oh, you know what? Do a reset. This is technically the system console. Potato. Archive debian.org. Debian, please work. Hold on, can I print screen on this? No, that's a bad idea because I've already got screen within a screen. Yeah, I also couldn't get the networking fully set up, so that was just a slight problem. Okay, did bootstrap. You know, I actually tried newer versions of Ubuntu, and I am astounded at the quality, or I should say lack of quality, on the new the most recent Ubuntu release. Like, I had assumed that maybe it was just because my install was old and cranky, because I had just been upgrading it over years, that maybe it was just a bad install. But no, I just installed it clean in Hyper-V, and what a mess. Like, it doesn't even work correctly with 4K resolutions, and you know, that is like the entire focus of Ubuntu. They gave up everything to work on the cloud, and they just doesn't work. Okay, so yeah, all right, so now we've got Potato downloading. Wow, Perl 5.005. Ooh boy, look at the antiques go by. But this will at least be able to get us the exact source code, because what I need to do is I need to figure out where the prep image is, and this will let me also build a proper cross compiler. Yeah, I am remarkably unhappy with what Ubuntu has become. Like, it's just a joke compared to what it used to be. I'm probably going to try and figure out what I'm going to use as a Linux distribution, because I've got Raspbian on the Pi, which is what we're currently looking at. And incidentally, I did actually compile a version of NetHack with tiles. So we'll have something to do when we have to kill time, because I figure with tiles, it will be a lot easier for people not familiar with the game to follow along. Like, look how old this bootstrap is. It actually had PPP in the core system. Like, this is from a different era. Yeah. I don't know. Debian, even Debian, really, I find I have problems with, especially what it is these days. Yeah, Canonical used to have a huge dogfooding policy. It was starting to fall by the wayside when I got out, so it doesn't surprise me. They basically have done what Red Hat did with desktop Linux. Yeah. I'm kind of thinking honestly I might just go with suck it up and go with CentOS, or well, RHEL, because with a 10-year support period, I could just install package source and reinstall it as I need it. It's not ideal, but at least I wouldn't have to worry about it for over a decade. Because Ubuntu likes to install updates, and it likes to install updates in stupid, broken ways. I'm really hoping this is configuring and it hasn't actually hung on me. No, it's still going. I don't know, like, I'm used to system emulation in Qum being slow, but this is absurd. I mean, actually, can I see, because this is running in a VM. Yeah, it's not even using like full system resources, and yet it's running awful. Like, I was having problems with the. Okay, so that one is actually using full CPU. I guess I could emulate more cores. That would probably speed it up somewhat. I mean, that's the operative keyword here. So anyway, I guess this is a good time to bring this out. So if we go to projects, nope, that's not where I put it. NetHack. We now have NetHack with graphics, which I'm actually not used to playing. I am always been a a console player, but I figure when it's time to do something boring, that's what we'll end up doing. Okay, so this is still extracting. So hopefully it will be doing all right. I mean, PowerPC emulation's been around for a long time. It's just, look how slow it's running. Like, I feel like there's something wrong with it. Like, I almost feel like I should compile an old version of Cume because this is abnormally slow, and I couldn't even get Debian to install. Hold on. Oh, yeah. Okay, well, I guess that just finished. All right. So if we go here... Okay, so you actually will find your brain. So let me do, it's an ancient version, so hold on. Act app sources list. So I also want you to get source packages. I think that was supported in this era. Like, I'd be very surprised if source packages were not supported. Because this was apt, and apt, that was like one of the app's big claim to fame, that you could just grab the source package. Alright, apt-get update. Okay, cool. Install build essential. Hopefully that's in here. Yes, it is. Cool. Okay, so we actually do have the correct GCC. It's still 295, which I really don't want to try. Oh, well, we could. It's probably less painful to build a cross-compiler out of this now than it would have been. Because now I've got the entire chroot, especially the libc headers. Because basically, I could take a tarball of this, and it will go a really long way. So GCC version, yeah, so now we have a working compiler. Let's see if we can find the kernel. Because that was something... Let me see if I can find, like, search prep. Nah, that didn't help. Was it called kernel image? Yeah, that was what it was called. Kernel image prep. So this is the bit of the kernel. We should install dev scripts before we grab this. Okay, so dev scripts. So, I mean, the problem is that I haven't been able to compile the kernel because modern kernels don't run on this system. It was only supported for a very short period in the mainline. It was in 2.2 and early 2.4, and there's very clearly problems with it. So that's kind of why I am doing it like this. All right, let's see. The fact that it says 20.6K tells me it's got a meta package. Okay, so it's got a kernel patch. Please, well, is that the config? Okay, so that is the config for their kernel. That is actually quite useful. This is so old it wouldn't even have nano. Yeah, okay, so that is the actual kernel config. So, in theory, compiling this kernel config would give us a working kernel, which is a very good thing to have. We didn't have that last time. So do we have... Wow, a BitKeeper patch. Ooh, that is old. This is before the kernel was using Git. Okay, let's take a look at this. What's in this patch? Like, do we care? I don't think we care. Do I have lsdiff? Please tell me I have lsdiff. No, I do not. You know what? We can apply this patch because now we know what it goes to. We need kernel source 2.219. That was the thing that we didn't have last time. And what we can do now is we can take a compressed tar image of the potato chroot like this, SSH 10024 to the hypervisor. Well, one layer up the hypervisor, and potato rootfs tar. Okay. Oh, that didn't quite work. Oh, hold on. Damn it. Okay, so we want to pipe this over SSH. No, not quite. Obviously, I'm a little rusty at this. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I remember. Oh, I remember the command. Hold on. I remember how you do this. tar/potato ssh 10022 cat. And there we go. That's how you tar over SSH. Just have to remember every little bit of that syntax. No, BitKeeper was fine. The problem was that BitKeeper was proprietary software, and this was when Linux was pretty much at the height of the free and open source software movement, because this was pre-Android, this was pre-Canonical. The most, you really had the FSF and Debian as, okay, so that didn't quite work. Oh, I probably need a sudo at the very start of this command. Okay, so that gives us the root bootstrap. What we can do now is we can try and build a cross compiler for it. We can try using the Debian Potato cross compiler versions. Because that would give us the right compiler and then be considerably less miserable to work with. Do we want to do this on the Pi or do we want to do this on Absolution? Because it will be more interesting. Okay. So the streaming computer is a Pi. We're trying to get a Motorola PowerStack to NetBoot, or at least do something useful. And obviously we have a whole bunch of patches here, so okay. So that should now be punted over to the here. And it is. I almost want to do this from the Pi, but the idea of building GCC on the Pi just sounds painful. We'll do the Pi later. Let me see if we can even get this on the right track. So, because the problem we ran into is we couldn't do a sysroot off potato. We had problems building the GCC compiler. And I think a lot of that was because GCC 2.4, let me see, do I have... I don't think GCC in this era supported... I know it supported cross-compilation. But I don't think they supported... I mean, we could do a native compilation, which would work. All right, just grab the everything folder. The problem is that GCC won't recognize this build architecture. It's too new. Actually, you know what? Let's actually make an old chroot for this. Like, let's make a Debian chroot. Arch i486 potato archive debian.org debian. Because this would avoid a lot of the problems that we would run into dealing with old GCC. And if we do this correctly, we could actually make this a freestanding compiler and run it on a more modern system. That's fine. All right. All right, so now we're going to install Potato for i486. It's not so much the pain is I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing. So I want to be able to iterate faster than not. All right, so that's downloading. I've got to tell you, I've done so much work in this apartment, and yet I still feel like I've got so much more to do. We might have to do a distcc for some of this, because I want to do Solaris PowerPC, and the official compiler has been archived, but I don't know if it has a license file. It's probably FlexLM licensed, which, you know, is wonderful. Yeah, Absolution's the desktop. Absolution 2 is the Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so mount T proc. Potato proc. Mount T sysfs none potato sys. And then mount T dev pts none potato dev pts. Cool. So now if we root here, are you happy? No, of course not. That would be way too easy. I probably just need to install the script by hand. Cache apt archives dpack I dev. When in doubt. Okay, we don't have any PCMCIA cards. No, we don't want that because we don't want format floppies. Like, this is like from such a different era. It's weird. We don't want to load a key table. Okay. Let's see here. No, I'm talking about the compiler. Apparently did. Well, it's the foreign. I do need to focus. I'll catch up with chat in a moment. Why are you doing this? All right, dpack configure A. Okay, so why is set serial having problems? It's probably because it's trying to find a device that doesn't actually exist, which is annoying. Like, there are definite problems. Set serial post install. Just remove it. One of the nice things about dpack is it is fairly easy to convince it to do things you probably shouldn't let it do, but hey, there we go. Okay, so now apt-get install build essential. So that should give me GCC 295.2 from wow, God, this compiler is 23 years old. How to feel old in 3 seconds with this one weird life trick. All right, so now we've got that taken care of. Let's grab, let's make a sysroot. Sysroot potato. And then that's actually not what I wanted to do. I didn't want to put it at the root. Sysroot potato. And if you're enjoying this content, please like and subscribe. If you really enjoy this content, consider consider supporting the channel is what I'm going to go with. I'm sorry if I'm a little bit not talking too much tonight. I'm really trying to focus on this because this machine is going to be an exhibit at VCF. Did I empty? Did that not copy over correctly? It probably didn't copy over correctly. Okay, fine. Tar create from file system. Potato. Alright. Tar sudo tar extract verbose file preserve file /c temp potato. You are driving me. You're really trying to drive me up a wall here. I can just copy SCP this file. Like, why am I making this more complex? Yeah, potato. Chroot got better supported over time with Debian because that's how the official build process works. Like, when you do it with the really old versions, and I am speaking from experience on this one, there is a fair number of hacks you had to do to make the Chroot viable. God, this is so slow, it's annoying. Okay, there we go. Copying that over. Yeah, I do wonder that myself. There's going to be a lot of YouTubers at East. I know, I know Mac84 is going to be there. I believe, I haven't actually seen him confirm it, but I'd be very surprised if Action Retro won't be there. And there's a few other YouTubers. I don't know if they've stated publicly that they're going to be there, so I won't say who it is. Okay, cool. All right, so that should be... Okay, so we should have our chroot jail right there. Sysroot, potato, sysroot, potato, ppc. All right, so now let's see if we can build the cross compiler. So apt-get source bin utilities. Because of course, why would this be easy? Okay, export. I feel like I'm doing this to myself. Nano app sources list. Yeah, I can hear that my keyboard is coming across nice and well. So this is probably like an amazing ASMR stream right now. Let me take those headphones off because that is killing me. All right, build dep. Build utilities. Yeah, that's why I wasn't talking, because I'm hearing myself in my head, and it's, it was driving me a little bit crazy. Alright, so that, wow, that is an old bin utilities. Okay. So bin utilities, Debian rules patch. That will install, okay, so there are no patches. Configure, or let's make a build directory. Oh, that's interesting. Control-C does not work. That's a little annoying. Alright, well, we'll work with it. Is there a sysroot option here? Like, I don't think there is, but, like, this is a very old version, but let's see here, sysroot. Yeah, it doesn't look like it understands what a sysroot is, which means I believe it will try and use the prefix I configure for its headers. So configure prefix op ppc cross target PowerPC Linux build i386 Linux. Sorry, no, that should be host, not build. And that should be all I actually need. Well, not quite, but at least it's... Well, I guess that really wasn't a thing in this version, so I need Flex, I need Bison. I don't know what else I'm missing. I will tell you that one of the things I've been doing over the week is I bought a crock pot recently, and I've really been eating quite well. Hold on. I just don't like having earbuds over my head because that's all I'm going to focus to. Like, I don't even use earbuds when I always prefer speakers unless I absolutely have to. Okay, so that's, wow, that was fast. I think I just remember doing this back in the day on potato equipment. Oh god, potato equipment. I'm sorry. That hurts a little bit. All right, so PPC cross, PowerPC. I believe I need to put an include folder and a lib folder here. Actually, what I believe what will happen is this will actually be used for... See, I don't actually know where it's going to look for headers, so you know what? Let's build GCC and let it fail. Alright, you know what? I think I'm going to have to do dpack build package to set up the source. Yeah, you need apt-get install deb-helper. God, this is such an old version of deb-helper, it barely understands... Barely understands what build dependencies are. This is probably before the build D system existed, actually. Okay, so that's going to start that compile. Control-C. Okay. I really wish I knew... Does control break work? No. Okay. I wish I knew why Control-C wasn't working, but, well, we'll just make do. So build, source configure, prefix, opt, PowerPC cross, target, PowerPC Linux, host i486 Linux, enable languages, C. That's really all we need. Is all we need to see. This will fail. I just need to know where to fail. Yeah, okay. Links are now set for cross-compiler, for PowerPC. Okay, yeah, so that's fine. And we run into missing auto tools. You know what? It's probably under autoconf. Yeah, let me try autoconf, automake, libtool, and M4. Libtool's unhappy with the state of the machine. Okay, yep, that's fine. So that's starting to build the compiler. So that's building the front end Lexer, and then it should be start building. Yep, there's the GCC backend Lexer. And there it fails. Okay, that's exactly what I was expecting. So where are you trying to find your headers? Okay, so that is in fact where you are looking for headers, which is where I thought you were looking for them. Okay. So that means all we gotta do... Can I do a reset here and, like, get my Control-C back? Not really? Okay. Okay, so I am in screen. That's probably why it's having problems. It just doesn't know what to do with its terminal. Let me try export term VT100 reset. Okay, no improvement. It was nice hoping that it would be an improvement. So what we need from here then is I just need everything in user include. Yeah, like I just need all this, PowerPC, PowerPC, include. Okay, that handles that. Now we just need to do that with the lib files. CP star. Oh wow, hold on. This is actually having problems. Reset. Okay, well, that apparently fixed the Control-C problem. Potato, user include, user lib. Op. Potato lib. I probably also need the ones in the top level lib directory. Although, let me make sure, you know, yeah, I can just do that. All right, so now that we've done that, can we just build GCC? Like, is it going to be that easy? I have my doubts, but sometimes you get lucky. Well, it almost worked. I forgot to add commands to the path. Bin. Okay, so now I see a whole bunch of different failures. C compiler. Yeah, so it completely failed to do anything with the soft float, which is sort of what I expected. We don't have a config.log, so let me do a make. Let's just blow away this build directory and let's do this again. History. Alright, let's see if that works. Okay, well that's building the cross compiler. See, GCC3 is a considerably less fragile piece of code, but I don't want to try using GCC3 if I can't build until I have at least a working kernel. And now we get a whole bunch of floating point problems. Which probably means that I need to have... Hold on, why am I getting floating point problems? Like, what were you trying to build? You're trying to build libgcc, so hold on. Alright, hold on. So GCC, you successfully make there. Yeah, so you're looking for all these various names, and then you kind of just fall over. AR for target, host prefix. I might need a C flags for target. I think that's a valid config flag. Let me take a closer look at what this is doing. Like, what folder does it go? So it's going to build xgcc, which is the actual cross-compiler binary. And then it completely and totally just, like, has a heart attack a little further up. So why are you having a heart attack, and what are you trying to build? Source GCC, xgcc, GCC, GCC. Okay, so that tells me... So it tries to run this build step, and then it completely and totally fails. So let's try running this step by hand. Yeah, so it's trying to run AR here, so... Okay, because this will give me a better insight of what this compiler is trying to do. I don't know, don't tell me the console's going to be all broken. Well, it might be. Alright, hold on, make file. Term, xterm, no, make file. There we go. It would be LD flags for target, or LD, let's see here. Let me look for xgcc. GCC for target. Okay, so this tells me what we need. GCC for target. Don't use this as a dependency. Use GCC passes or GCC parts. I'm probably missing a library. I am almost certainly missing part of the floating point library. I just don't know which part of it I'm missing yet. Okay. What symbols am I missing for? So yeah, these are all floating point modulus symbols. So are we missing these entirely, or are we having a more serious problem here? So there's libgcca right there, and it exists, and it does get built. Are we missing a build dependency? Is it possible that it is that, in fact, that's stupid? Okay, so why can't we build make libgcca? Okay, so we can build that libgcc2. All right, so let's figure out why we can't actually build a binary. So we should be able to just grab this whole thing. I noticed it, and then we could just see if we can do a hello world. Can't open libgcca, no such file directory. Okay, here we go. Undefined reference. Compiled for a little Endian system, and what? Okay, so I have the linker built wrong. That's why we're having problems. How the hell did I screw that one up? The linker is looking in the wrong directory for basically everything. Really wish I could figure out why I keep losing Control C. That is gonna drive me more than a little crazy. Okay, so let's go into source bin utilities. So I don't think you have... Yeah, so bin utilities doesn't have a concept of a bin root. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so if that's in fact the case... Let's... I think we just have to modify the compiler flags then. So here, build GCC. Alright, and that completely falls over. History, grab... Actually, just look at the full command. Bin utility headers include cross compiler, and then the bin utility. I think. Okay, so hold on. Do you support iSystem? iSystem. What would the path that I need to pass here? I need to tell it to use a different linker folder. That would be -L sysroot. Okay, dash L sysroot potato ppc lib. The problem is that the linker is looking at the system libc. I'm inclined to try GCC3 because GCC3 is going to have a much more robust cross compiler. We could also try building under native compilation and just see if we can, I actually think I'm going to do that because at this point we're dealing with a very ooga booga compiler. Let's not add more factors to it. So if that is in fact the case we're going to be, then let's get a little bit clever about this. Let's grab the right kernel source code. And we're just going to let it compile. Because if we can, as long as I can rebuild the kernel, at least I have a known good place to start from. Because I don't even have that right now. So we need kernel 2.219. Okay, Linux kernel archives. We were just here. I guess they're probably here. Linux kernel 2.2.219. Extract the kernel source code. Because if we can actually just build the kernel, then we could just do the NFS root that way. I don't need to overcomplicate this. Okay, so there's the Linux kernel, such as it is. Now we do have... Okay, so let's take Linux, move it under the potato folder. Potato. And then while we were here, yeah, we have the kernel patch. So now we chroot Linux source kernel patch. Config prep. Ooh, what happened? So let's do this. So m proper. So that'll set up the tree. Config.config. Make menu config. Okay, so we need app get install lib ncurses dev. That should do it. Yeah, this is probably one of the more ooga booga things I've done in a while. It's not the, worst ooga booga thing I've ever done. I actually do have the Model 150 sitting on the table. Okay, yeah, so that is a prep machine. So let's see if that works. So make dep. Well, it's chat, it's doing stuff. Yeah, that's definitely doing stuff. Ooh, that's my back going pop. Yep. Menu, I gotta tell you, menu config is such a luxury item when you do so much kernel development over serial. Alright, let's just do make. So make sure it actually starts the build process, and then I will get a drink, and I guess we're going to load up NetHack, because this is going to take a while. Actually, before we just start this, let's have some fun with it. I want to see what chat has to say. Alright, so it's building. It is building now. Alright. That's what old silent config is for. So while that's going, let's make this a small window. Because at this point, all we're going to do is... Wow, that's words. Yeah, we'll just check it on occasion because I don't have that much screen space. I'll just send you to desktop 2. Do I not have desktop 2? I apparently don't have a desktop 2. So we'll just iconify you. Let's do some NetHack. So I've been thinking a lot about this. We'll just hit random. Orc Wizard. Oh, that's going to be interesting in a painful way. All right, let's take it. So, all right, so we start, so we're here, we're the wizard. We have our pet, there's some gold, and I forgot what this icon is. Human corpse lamps and 6 darts. And a little dart misses me. So we're just going to grab everything but the human corpse. That might be a magic lamp, so that could be, like, amazing. Okay, and the kin just picked up a potion. So, whatever is here, we know this is uncursed. Let's see here. Name. Hold on. Is that call? Damn it, hold on. I don't have all the patches installed. Uncursed swirly potion. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it's a single core emulation. I could put more cores on it. Like, how are we doing? Yeah, it's going. I mean, this will probably take about 20 minutes, probably. So let's just kill some time. So because this is a completely new install, we'll be getting our own bones files if we get bones. So let's see how far we can take it. So continue to explore the dungeon. I will say playing on tiles mode is so different. All right, so we have a yellow potion, we have a ring, and we have 2 gold pieces. Let's see if that ring does anything for us. Oh, we actually have 2 uncursed scrolls of identity right here at the start and an uncursed potion. Oh, I should have looked in my inventory beforehand. Oh. 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 Holy shit, that is a broken inventory. That's insane. A wand of polymorph in the starting inventory. Conflict is one of the best rings in the game. That's insane. Wow. What are my actual stats? Strength 11, Dexterity 13, Constitution 12, Intelligence 16, Wisdom 14. Because I'm an orc, I am an idiot. Like, what do I have for spells? I've got light and I've got force bolt. Let me see, hold on, let me see if I can make it bigger. Like, the problem with it is that this game is so ancient. Like, I was actually experimenting with this earlier. I can make this bigger. Chat, is that better? Like, now you should be able to see what I'm actually doing in the dungeon. I think I can just scroll this up. Yes, I can. Okay. That should make it way easier for the chat to see what I'm doing. Okay. And you know what? I should call my kin something. Let's call Felix. I'm actually going to put on that ring of shock detection, because that is a remarkably useful item. It will cause hunger. Let me see if we can figure out what that other ring is. Like, this is a broken inventory, to say the least. Like, I'm not going to feel good about winning with something this good. So hopefully, like, I'll fail amusingly. Alright. So the cat walked onto that. Let me put that on. Alright, so I don't know what that ring is. If I find a source of enlightenment, that will let me know. Alright. I don't think I actually want to leave this floor yet, because we are so squishy. Like, we do have that blessed healing potion. What is our HP? Our HP is... Yeah, I'm actually going to drink that now. Blessed healing. And we gained an extra hit point for that. You can gain up to 2 on a basic heal, so that is not a bad use of a potion. Okay, and actually, this boulder, I locked it into a corner, but it would have been a decent way to get some strength training. And we'll take that Leechin Corpse. Okay. Jackal Bites. Actually, you know, this is a good chance to work on our spells. Okay. Like, I want to be level 2 before we leave this level. How's this coming along? Oh, it failed to build. Relocation truncated. Oh, hold on. So it built all this, and then it dies here. Undefined reference to RTC initially, because I'm missing the patch. I didn't install the patch. Yeah, okay, so that patch is actually needed. Okay, so Zcat, source, kernel patch, bitkeeper, patch P1. Alright, let's see if that builds now. It's gonna rebuild a bunch of files. I'm actually gonna get a drink while that builds, so I'll be back in a moment. Alright. I'm back. Or in the process of coming back. Just looking for one thing. Oh, there it is. Okay. Alright, I got something to drink, and I've got a Dragon Blood, I believe it's Dragon Blood incense stick going, so this room's gonna smell real nice. Progress. One step at a time. I gotta tell you, like, I'm tired because it has been a long week, but I am feeling like a nice relaxed. So, no, we're probably going to have to boot off a floppy disk and use that to do the NFS route. Like, when we try and boot off network, we get very weird output. So right now, I just want to see if we can even build a custom kernel. Because at this point, there's enough wrong with this picture that I want to know what's going on for sure. I'm also going to zero out whatever disk we write this to, because I have that feeling this is reading junk data somewhere. Yeah, sorry, I think I did actually get that email. I thought I responded, but maybe not. I'm sorry, last week, like I said, I took last week off, so I'm still catching up on stuff. Yeah. Well, one of the joys of working on my own schedule is the hours I work have no relationship to the clock. Like, this is me starting my day at 7 p.m., really, because this is going to be a stream day. I'm probably going to stream multiple times this week, because I really do need to get this VCF thing off the ground. The overall project is the PowerStack is going to be running Solaris for PowerPC, assuming we can ever archive these drives. I'm going to port a bunch of games over to the RS6000 running AIX, and then we're going to port a bunch of things to Windows NT on PowerPC, and then we're going to have the whole thing networked together. So this is going to be kind of an ongoing project, and then I'm going to edit this all into a video, which I'm tentatively calling the Unseen World of PowerPC. This was actually what I was planning to do with the OS2 stuff, and then VCF happened, because I was expecting to have that project mostly, the first part of that project wrapped up in January and do the video in February. That didn't happen for a lot of reasons. So, yeah. Hey, Amiga of Rochester. Hoping I'm going to see you at VCF. So, yeah. The other great thing is, now that I have a crock pot, I can set up before I go to sleep. And now I've got 8 mason jars filled up with food for the next 2 days. And after I do this stream, I'll do a water bath for them. And basically a little bit of home canning. Just so they last the week. Like, I'm a little bit on long duration home canning. But considering it's a crock pot, it was cooked at on a high temperature, or at least a warm temperature, for 12 hours, and then refrigerated, and then given a water bath. And I have salt in that dish. It'll be fine. Ooh, on-site rework. I might actually hit you up for that. I'm going to have to think on what I need to have reworked. Unfortunately, you don't do plastics, or it would make life much easier. I probably should, I should bring my 4000 just so I can get work done. I'm going to rent... Oh, the kernel compiled. We just finished the kernel building. Arch PPC boot. Okay, so do we have a actual kernel? I don't think... Let's see here. VMC Linux. Why do I still... Hold on. apt-get install file. This is a command I need. I now need to figure out what I'm going to bring to VCF. Okay, so yeah, we do have a kernel. We definitely do have a kernel. There's probably a target. I think I gotta do make zimage. Yes, okay, that is in fact what you need to do. Make zimage. Make zimage. That sounds amusing. Control C and Control R. Yep, that's actually a good hint. Thank you. Alright, so this is going to build the there's the cough boot, so that should be the Linux PPC bootloader. Yeah, okay, so that's building all that. Okay, so now if we go to Arch PPC boot, We do have a VMZ Linux file. We have a a Z image, which should be our kernel. x86 boot sector. That's actually what I would expect to see here. Okay, so let me take this file. So potato, where did I build this thing in? So this should be able to copy it to the Pi. What is the Pi's IP address? 214. 214. Oh, you know what? You may not be able to do that. You probably can only talk to the host system. Yeah, that's what yeah, okay. There we go. All right, so now we grab that, and now from here, serve TFTP, sudo scp, or hold on, scp Z image prep. Okay, so now that's downloading. So let's see what happens when we try to NetBoot now. Next, we'll try it on a floppy, because I think there's probably a more fundamental problem here. Okay, so... Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know how much work I'm going to get done on this week. I have some real-life stuff. That it's basically the continuation of the ongoing real-life stuff that I've been dealing with before, but I'm nearly at the end of it. All right, so now we start the network boot. Which RS6000s are they? Like, you can give me the actual model numbers. There are things I could do with them. Like, I don't know how many RS6000s I really want in my life, but... Yeah, so that's what I expected, the already in TAD, which I suspect that's a problem with just net booting the image. But the fact that it started was actually a very good and optimistic sign. So let's try writing this image to a floppy disk and see what it does. Because I believe we should just be able to DD this right to a floppy. But first, I want to blank this floppy. Because I've had some very strange results doing it, which tells me that it's probably reading garbage data from somewhere. Okay. Yep, just gotta wait for this DD to finish. Oh. I gotta tell you, like, I never expected to start building custom kernels for hardware again after I stopped doing ARM enablement work. So. Yep. I don't think I've mentioned it this stream, Ben. I mentioned it in the first one, and I think it's in the description. I really want to get this machine working. Like, I would even make a serious stab at trying to get NetBSD going on this machine. because I really do want to see if I could help emulate PowerPC, Windows NT for PowerPC, because I think there would be a lot of historical value if we could have AI OS 2 for PowerPC emulated. And unfortunately, it looks like I'm going to be that person. SDA is the correct target because this is a Raspberry Pi, so the first USB drive is the floppy. Okay. I assume that, Chad, just checking, the audio still sounds good. Like, I'm assuming this is like a step up from where it's usually been. I could get you KVM access, but I still want to be able to image the disks off, and I find this a pretty fascinating project regardless. Like, if I knew the network configuration, I'd actually just give it the correct IP address, and then I'd see if I could successfully break into it over the network. Okay. Alright, well, the audio sounds good, so that's a good sign. Alright, so let's just let this finish zeroing out this disk image. Okay. Oh, so what I made, the first thing I made in the crock pot, I just used a bunch of stuff in the cabinets. It ended up like a bread porridge congee, which was delicious. Not enough meat in it. What I did tonight is I had a bunch of stuff left over for making fajitas, as well as some chicken that was about to go bad. So I cut and sliced that all up. I put in some rice. I put in some slices of bread and some just other filler material. I put in a little bit too much water, so I ended up with a bit of soup. But if I mix that with the stuffing, that should work well, because I have basically the 2 jars of stuffing soup and the 6 jars that I have left over from today. So I think I can make a pretty decent meal or 5 out of those, because the whole thing is like got no calories in it. Sorry, I did do turkey in the first one in the stuffing soup. It really came out amazing. Okay. Alright, so this is writing out. So hopefully this actually works. Like, I don't know if there's anything special beyond this, but apparently all I should need to do is have to write this to a disk image, and it should just load right into memory. Okay. Because if this works, then all we have to do is we have to modify the config to do NFS root. Granted, we might go through quite a few kernels before we do that, but at least we'll be going the right way. Okay, that's ran out, so sync. Wait for the light to go out. The problem is I have actually successfully booted an AIX CD. The problem is that when I try and go into single user mode, it tries to scan the SCSI bus and then the system deadlocks. I have found a CD that will start the system. There's something more seriously wrong with at least... I know one of the drives is dead. I think there's something more seriously wrong though, which is why I really want it under Linux so I can get the debug messages out of it. Yeah. What I think I'm going to end up doing is I've got a family thing that's coming up, so I actually ordered a bread machine. Like, I got really fancy because I'm really trying to get to the point that I'm spending a lot less of my time cooking day to day. All right, so let's see if this boots off the floppy, because then if I could get it to the point that I could do 2 live streams a week, it would really do a lot for my mental well-being. All right, well, this is loading. It's still going. Well, does the bread stream count if I'm using a bread machine? Already in TAD. Okay, so let's see if it actually like matches the boot. I don't think it will. Yeah, no, that did pretty much exactly what I thought it was going to do. All right, let's do a full shutdown. Because I think something must be loading into the wrong place. It's the only thing that makes sense to me. Yeah, I could do so. I'm definitely looking at doing something casserole-y. I just want to get used to cooking with it because I've never had one before. Okay, so local memory found. Auto configuration is in progress. I mean, we could try it. I want to know why. I still want to figure out what's going on here. So hold on. Let's go in. Let me set the system clock. So, I actually did find a manual for PPC bug. Yeah, PPC bug firmware manual. So that makes this less bad because at least now I know how to use this thing. So I have read that you do need to set the time and date or you will get weirdness. So the format is 23/2016. All right, so that sets the clock. So if I do SD, yeah, so I can switch from SD from bug to diag mode. Okay, so now that I've got the debugger, let's see what we can do with it. Like if we now do environment, system, let's just look through this. I just want to make sure this has relatively sane defaults. Network boot enable. Okay, so nothing obvious there. So, then let's look at what that message actually means, because sometimes you get useful, sometimes people will leave useful messages, because we know that, all right, let's go here. Let's see here, what was it? Already in use, I think was the in use. Let's see here, or let's just search TAD. Okay, PPC boot miss.c. Alright, so this is the bootloader here. Serial console adopted for PowerPC, single bootloader for chirp prep, blah 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 blah. So this is basically right where we're starting up. And if we look at our boot error, let's actually debug this so we understand what's going wrong. No, I didn't. I haven't replaced it. I do have the part. I just haven't done it yet. Because if I understand this failure, I might also understand why NetBSD isn't actually working. But I think we're going to have to fiddle with the config a fair bit. Okay. We could actually start up the serial console. Like, there's probably a way to tell PPC bug to just start there. All right. Already in TAD is what it's complaining about. All right. We'll just let that idle there. Okay, so here we go. V-reset. Ori in... Here we go. Ori in text mode. Exit if so. So it tries to initialize VJ. So maybe it's talking on serial? That is entirely possible. It is talking on serial. Yeah, I don't think it's talking on serial. Turn this off. I don't think it outputs anything on serial normally. Interestingly, that closed down quit. I don't know, you know, I never use recipes. I always kind of just YOLO it. Okay, yeah, so nothing on serial. Alright, so while that's going, I have this distinct feeling that if we disable VGA, we'll have better luck. I find it strange because that was working earlier, but let's actually look at this. So it does this PCI vendor thing. It tries to reset every card. Okay, so what function? So array in text mode. So that's what it's actually trying to write. Array in text mode. So VGA int. Can we somehow just disable this code path? VGA int. Motorola PowerPC bug. Alright, let's see here. So we get no console life whatsoever here. Oh, no, look at that. We actually did get some... We did get some messages from the kernel. It did actually try to dump out something over serial. That's probably wrong baud rate. 891. Let's try that. It probably isn't necessary, but the fact that it did something tells me at least we're on the right track. Actually, no, that would be a Motorola board. There was the Motorola Genesis machines. All right, let me make sure the serial console is actually enabled. So we now at least know what... We know we're at least getting this far into the kernel. So serial console is enabled. VGA console is also enabled. All right, so let's wow, device tree. Like, I shouldn't be surprised, but it's weird seeing that in its original context. Chroot. You are really going. Oh, you are really going to have terminal problems, aren't you? Export term xterm make menu config. Okay, well, it's less broken. I'll take that. Is there there is no search in this version. Okay, so we want platform support. That's correct. Yeah, so it's a prep machine. It's having a bit of a problem. Okay, hold on. Let's try export term screen. Like, screen was a thing in this era. So maybe you know what screen is? Okay, you sort of know what screen is. That is really irritating. Can we run it from up here? Like, if we can run it from Trusty, at least it'll be less bad. It might not be good, but it'll be less bad. Alright, so let me think about this. So now that we've gone this far, what does this actually mean? there's a lot of things cursed about this setup. Like, I'm not holding my breath on how cursed it is. The fact that we managed to build a kernel is a very optimistic sign, though. Let me see. Let me find the serial settings for PPC bug. Like, if we can just tell it to use serial... serial LED... Startup sequence... Fail to come up to a prompt, last card... Serial version of the codes are sent over serial... Restarting the system... Board information block. Let's see, requirements, system uniqueness. This talks about loading S records, which is like, wow, there's a term I haven't heard in a long time. All right. Oh, no, it's still going. Yeah, there was a few prep entries. I'm trying to think of what... I just don't know why we can't seem to load the kernel. Like, it just seems to hang and then go away. Okay, alright, so that goes. So, menu config. Oh, you are really going to try my patience today. Alright, you know, I'm going to do something cheeky. No, I don't have SSH, so that, you know, that won't work. I can do it from here, maybe? Hold on, let me see here. Yes, I can. So, if I do... local port 22, localhost 2222. No, it's... Yeah, okay. Like, if I can get a real console, that would probably make things work better. Let's see here. Oh, wrong command. What I'm trying to do is reverse proxy the SSH session. I think that would be SSH. Okay, so let me see. Did the reverse forward work? No. Damn it. Hold on. SSH. Let me look this up. Because what I really need is a full terminal. SSH reverse port forward. Okay, so left port, so local port, destination server, remote port. So local port on the local client is being forwarded to the port of the remote. I think I have to use R is what I actually need. Yeah, it would be R. Okay, so because I want local I want this port R22 localhost. Or not. Chat's probably been yelling at me for a bit. Yeah, it's definitely not happy. I gotta remember how you do this, because I really need a working terminal if I'm going menu config. Remote port, local port. Okay, so remote port, I think I just had this the other way around. Because, you know, this is just the worst syntax imaginable. Yep, there we go. That did it. Cool. Let me switch out to a new terminal. Wait for it. This might lag quite badly because this is a very slow emulation. Alright. Well, now we got an actual terminal, which helps. Let's see here. Alright, let's see if this makes things better. Make menu config. First thing we're going to be running is something to dump the hard drive. Well, you know, look, now we can actually, we're making progress. We can now actually look at these things. So console drivers. I can't actually open that. Interesting. So what is this having so much like breakage on? So platform support. Yeah, so there is multiple preps on here. Prep. Currently a single binary supports one type or another. There's very early support for chirp, prep, PowerPC in the same kernel. Prep. Yeah, I don't think this config switch is completely accurate. Yeah, this definitely has some problems. It just has less problems than before. Alright, I guess I do have to select an option here. Okay. Machine type we don't care about, that's correct. Let's go to general setup. Networking support is fine. Oh, here it is. Support for VGA console. Let's turn that to no. Prep bootloader arguments. Initial kernel config. Yeah, that would actually work. I don't know if I want that as the root device. It won't be able to mount it, but let me just change the root to dev NFS. And let's make a new image. Like, you know, if the VGA is not going to work, the VGA is not going to work, so let's just not use it. I just don't have another SCSI. I don't have the necessary adapters. Like, I don't have other fast SCSI machine, or I could just do it that way. You're right. But I'd still have to then power up the drives, but not power up the bus. And a lot of controller cards won't let you remap them off 7. Alright, so that handles... That's the new kernel. Oh, this lag is very much getting on my nerves. PowerPC. Z, let's see here. Boot, Z image. What did I say the IP for this thing was? Apparently I didn't. 192.2.2.14. Okay, 2.2.14. Oh, right, that's not going to work. Alright, cmh.prep. Alright, so let's write this out to a floppy and see if this does anything more interesting. And alright, so while that writes out, let's let this boot back up. I gotta think about that Pentium 3 because I could probably use it, but I'm also getting systems at an alarming rate. Like, space is starting to become a real problem here. I'm actually going to have to get a storage unit soon because some of my machines are going to go in storage. I'm really struggling on apartment real estate at the moment. But it is getting better because I installed a whole bunch of furniture that's letting me install more things. So, alright, let's see. Alright, so that's booted. Where are we on this? Still got a bit more to go. It's funny is how the write rate of a floppy is like the same as Ethernet. Or not Ethernet, as dial-up networking. Like, about twice that. Like, man, I remember waiting hours for, like, things like a Doom or Duke Nukem. NJ Roadfan, you're going to be at VCF East, right? Like, I wouldn't mind doing a giant hardware swap meet face to face. Well, I'm still working on it. Like, we can definitely see what, let's see here, pboot 10, and then let's make sure we have terminal output on screen. Alright, I hear it starting. Come on. Well, that's a different error message. Oh, we now get booting the kernel, and then it looks like it dies. Available RAM, now booting the kernel, board data at. So it's definitely trying, and then it just kind of dies horribly. Do I have the AIX CD in here? I do. You know what? Let's just try it for the sake of trying it. Like, let's just make sure this machine is even talking at all. Like, we were able to start the prep bootloader, but now it's just not even letting me do that. Like, something... Alright, so that's going to start booting up AIX off the CD-ROM drive. I mean, I could do it. We could do it tonight, I guess. I really just don't want to open up the system right now. Yeah, I have the SCSI Terminator plugged in. Right now, we're going to try and start PowerStack. We're going to try and start AIX 4.3.2 alpha. It's possible. Alright. That's why I'm making sure it's still going to boot off the CD, though, because it's obviously having more problems than it has had in the past. Because it was able to start off the Debian installer floppy before. It's still reading the disk, so I know it hasn't hung. I'm watching the indicators on the panel. Okay. me see here. Like, when I tried this before, it really wanted to be on serial. So let me see if we have anything on serial. No, we've seen IPL loaded before. This should work. Yep, there it goes. All right, now it's booting into it's booting off the CD into AIX, or it's going to try to anyway. So now we wait here. We should get a terminal console message in a bit. While that's going, I could move the camera, and let me find the octopus mount, because if we have to open up the system, I'll do it on air. You know what? This will work. Yeah, this will work. Oh, you know, maybe there's something more seriously wrong with my serial emulator than not. Maybe it's just having problems with, oh, I don't know, not being an 80 columns display. Is that really what the problem is? You know what? Let me do minicom. Alright, so I just told minicom to, I just pushed 1 and enter, so that should hopefully do something. Yeah, okay. You're still waiting for serial input. So hopefully you show more signs of life here in a moment. Maybe not. Yeah, fuck it. I will put, you know what, let's put a new clock battery, the clock battery in. Let me find it. Let me grab the camera mount. Bear with me, folks. I just have to switch the camera. You know what? I'm just going to turn the camera off so you're not going to get motion sick while I'm attaching the new mount. I don't use this one very often, and it's hard to thread it. You know, hold on. If I detach the screw, this should be easier. Alright. Bear with me, folks. I wasn't planning on doing this tonight, so the scenes are not set up correctly for this. Alright, so if I do that and we just put that, oh, I don't know, like this. How are you? Yeah, like you don't, no, it doesn't, hold on, I gotta use the other mount. This mount doesn't get tight, this one doesn't secure properly. Chat, can you still hear me? Just let me know. Yeah, it's stuck. Okay. Here we go. Alright, I got the industrial mount right here. This one is heavy. Now, if we put this, like, I don't know, here. Actually, damn it. Sorry, that's actually not going to work. Now, if chat wants to be able to see what I'm doing. That's why I don't like moving these cameras while I'm in the middle of the stream, because now I'm spending 15 minutes trying to fix something that shouldn't be a problem. Alright. Let's try that. How's this look? right, yeah, that will probably be good enough. Let me just get on OBS and switch the inputs. Okay, all right, let's switch out the timekeeper. So that is going to go over there. Now, I have the back panel mostly detached already, so this should just be a matter of pretty much taking it off. Like, yeah, I think I just have to hit the release, which should be right about... Okay, yeah, so I've got all the cables disconnected on the back. So... there's the release, and then this part just slips off. Alright, so that's the expansion chassis hard drives. So now this... take that off. Also, the serial cable fell out because, of course, it did. All right, so now power is, here's the power cable. Okay, power's unplugged. All right, let me see if I can remember how you actually get this thing open, because it's not completely intuitive how you do that. Disconnect. You know what? Let's just disconnect this for now. Worry about that later. Okay. Make sure the view is good. Under the lip on the front. Like, I have taken it apart before, but it was a few weeks ago at this point. So now I've got to remember how you actually do that. So there's that. I might have to take the other machine off the table. So here's the lip. Face the unit towards you. Okay, I'm feeling for it. Towards the rear corner. I really hate these designs. You can never figure out how to take them apart. Okay. Pull the bottom corners, pull out and reveal the surface. Okay. Yeah, I took out the key. Okay. Here, I'm just feeling for where there is a potential release. That is a card cover. That is video. Feel towards the back. So flat surface, right and left, bottom rear corners. I feel a release, but it doesn't want to move. Screw it. Yeah. Okay, so that's the one on that side. The one on this side does not want to. There it goes. There it goes. There we go. Oh, I really don't. Ow. I got it. There it is. There it is. I hear it. I hear it. Yeah, well, it's supposed to come off easy, but it doesn't. I mean, this is the problem I had taking it apart the first time. The pieces don't fit very well. It's not that they, it's not that they don't fit very well. It's, what's the word I'm looking for? It's a very tight fit, and I feel like I'm going to snap the plastic in two by moving it. Okay. Oh, I hear the clicks, so come on. There we go. That sucked. Okay, alright. The timekeeper is directly under the card cage. That I know for a fact. And this is actually not, this isn't hard to get off. All you do is, you just basically pop a tab and this whole side panel comes right off. I think, is it just this one that I have to do? I don't remember that's if it's one or two. Two. Alright, yep, that pops right off. So here's the floppy drive, and you can see the floppy drive is on this PCI card. The timekeeper is directly below it. I need a screwdriver. I have a screwdriver. Oh yeah, this doesn't actually need screws. It doesn't use. It doesn't have PCI things on it. All right, so this just pops right out. This, you just work it, and that's the floppy drive, and that is the video card. You know what? I think we're gonna run without the video card after I get the timekeeper replaced. And I should remember to disconnect that. Okay, so there's the video card. Notice that all the chips are taken out of it. That's the way it came. All right, so here's the replacement timekeeper. Yeah, I can get to it now. It's right here. I had to just take out those two cards. All right, new timekeeper chip. Okay. All right, there we go. So it should just be a matter of pop out the old one. Like so. Yep. And then new one goes in. Alright. I mean, it should theoretically be that simple. Assuming I can get this to go in. Okay. Hold on. Alright, as the new timekeeper is installed, let's just see if the machine still works before we do anything else. So video card goes back in. Okay, so video card is in. Floppy drive. We put back in. Like, I really do wonder what they were thinking when they designed this machine. Like, why use so many laptop components? Then again, it's probably like why, similar to how Commodore used so many custom chips in their machine, they owned a fab, so they could do that. And why, in part, Amigas basically are entirely custom components. All right, I'm not even going to button it all the way back up. We're just going to put what little we need to actually turn this back on and see if it works. Okay, so video cable that's serial. Serial we'll have to deal with in a bit. Video cable is where? Ah, here it is. Okay. Just a little bit tangled up. Like, the amount of wires I have to do a better wiring job on this desk, but it's so hard because I constantly move things on and off, and there's the power cable. Okay. All right. Let's see what that did. Does it still work? Smoke test in 3, 2, 1. Key did not want to turn. Okay, yeah, so at least it turns on. Let's program the environment data, and then we'll see what happens. My cable foo is hard because what's staying on my table constantly changes. Like, okay. Well, it's going to auto-configure it now. Like, it should write the timestamp. So we'll do the environment command as soon as it's done. I can do this. Okay, bypass. I'm just going to accept all defaults for now. Well, at least it only says board configuration data failure, not an actual bigger problem. Alright, so it probably means I need to board configuration. Let's see here. Let's see here. Configure board information block. So apparently to do this, I need to do CF-NG. Okay, so I gotta check some error. That all goes completely wrong. So I need to do that. Update. At least I don't get a configuration error. So now we need to actually modify the block. So the board serial number, I actually do have this. It's on one of the plastic pieces. At least I think it's on one of the plastic pieces. No, that one just says made in Taiwan. I don't actually know what the serial number is. Okay. Yeah. Alright, well, let me see if it still gives me a checksum error. No, it does not actually give me a checksums error, but it does complain about the board configuration has not matched. So 99 and 69. Okay, so, all right, well, progress. Can I leave this empty? So clock speed should be 99, bus speed should be 66. Ethernet address, we actually do know that one. Yeah, so that one is, I'll just write it here, 08003E3060. 08003E3006. Primary SCSI identifier, like, let me see what this is. Let me see if they have an example of what this looks like on other ones. So this, on this one, it says 07 on the example one. System identifier, Motorola PowerStack E1. I don't have a license identifier, so... Alright. Okay, well, that's progress. I think I have a board identifier. Yeah, let me get the serial number. I think the serial number is actually on the back of the case. Let me let that spin down. That is not a serial number. Damn it. I know it's on something. Alright, let me see here. Oh, hold on. What is... there's something printed in the metal here. That's probably the PWA number. Okay, so where would be the serial number? Let me see if... the battery was flat when I got it. So the settings are already gone at that point. All right, let's actually just see if it will do anything different now. Okay, so it's complaining that MPU speed and clock bus speed does not match board configuration. All right, so... clock speed is... okay, hold on. MPU, yeah, so that would be 99. Hold on, 66, how is it? Oh, they write it as a 3-digit number. It's supposed to be like that. Alright, so you know what? Let's just put... We just put numbers in here. How many does that need to be? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. This one we have, so I might as well type this one in if I could read it. You know, I'm just going to give the example one they give here because it's not going to be right, but at least it's going to be closer. 07, system serial number 1234. I mean, at least it's programmed, so let's see if it still complains. Well, it doesn't complain anymore. That's a good sign. You know, I'm going to actually let it run the self-test at this point. Well, at least we fixed an error. I still need to actually put together the Mac 2 that you recapped for me. It's still been sitting in the box, waiting for me to do work on it. No, I was responding to Amiga of Rochester. I wasn't talking about this machine. Okay, so now it's trying to auto boot, which I actually don't want to do. Break detected. Like, let's just see if this does anything different now when it tries to boot off the floppy. Although this floppy, I don't think we have anything. I think it's going to try and use serial. I do have an Indie, which I just haven't done anything with. At some point I will. Alright. Let's see what this boils down. Let's see if the boot messages are any different. Oh, that is different. VJ Orient text mode. This is probably why I want to dump stuff onto... Well, let's see how far this gets. Oh, it actually booted the kernel. I'll be damned, it is actually going to try and boot. Yep, and there it is. It wasn't able to net boot. Oh, well, it wasn't able to start. Let me see if it'll net boot now. Okay. Yeah, just for shits and giggles, let's see if this does anything different. Okay, so it grabbed all that. Alright, I think the lesson's been learned here. Just whenever I decide to get a machine, if I have a dead NVRAM, just replace the damn NVRAM. Yeah, okay. Alright, well, we now have successfully net booted a kernel. That is actually progress. Like, that is, like, actual legitimate progress on this project. Okay, so let's turn this off, because that means now we have to just build a custom kernel. You know, I didn't think it was going to be necessary because we had it booting the other day, but, well, joke's on me. Alright, so now we should be able to do that. This should be a lot more straightforward now. Because now we just need a handful of options to actually do this. This machine would have probably run AIX if we were going to... And as soon as I have it dumped, I wouldn't mind trying it. Alright, so let's see here. So all we need in here is we really just need NFS. And that's actually probably under File Systems. File Systems. Let's see here. Actually, let me delete this config file because yeah, because, like, from this point, this should be very straightforward. Okay, so File Systems, NTFS, ROM, Network File System. You need to be built into the kernel. Actually, we don't need CODA. What we do need is root file system support. Let's see, hold on. I do hope NFS root was supported on this version. It should be. NFS file system. It's possible it wasn't supported this early. That would have an entirely different problem. Let me see here. Hold on. Grep NFS root. Okay, grep config root NFS. Okay, so why... So it's not there in .config, is it? No, it's not. So that means that something is preventing that from turning on. What are the prerequisites for this option? Nano fs config .in. NFS, hold on, it would be root NFS. Config IP PNP. Okay, so it needs IP plug and play. All right, so where is config IP PNP? Okay, so menu config. Network device support. It's probably here then. Token ring support, WAN interfaces, maybe not. Networking options. IPv6 experimental, just to give you an idea of the vintage on this kernel. CPU is too slow for full bandwidth. Oh boy. Some of these options. Kernel level configuration support. Yeah, that's what I need actually. And you need DHCP support. Now we should be able to go to file systems. And from here, go to network file systems. Root file system on NFS. Nice. And that is how it's done. Okay. All right, I'm just going to step away while this compiles. I'll be back in a moment. Oh, good. It's done building. All right. So, Linux. I will say that it's like someone is blasting really loud stuff outside, and it's really irritating. Okay, so that did compile. So now we just need to go here, SCP that here, and now let's see what that does. So this should try, I don't have it fully set up, but this should try to do the diskless root. All right, network boot in progress. Okay. Come on. Alright, let's see if that actually... Oh, you know what? I had to put IP equal DHCP. Well, let's see what it tries to do. Okay, so it sees the hard drives. Okay, hold on. No NFS servers available. Unable to mount NFS routes. Did it try and do a DHCP or no? I don't think it did because it probably needed IP DHCP. Yeah, okay, it didn't. That's pretty much what I expected. There is actually an IPv... There's a version of Trumpet Windsock that adds IPv6 to Windows 95. If it's still available, maybe one of these days, if I really get bored. NFS will be on the... will likely be on the Pi, but I'm still... It's not actually... It hasn't actually tried to do it yet, so... I want to make sure it's actually going to try. Like, there's very specific messages when it tries to do this. Okay, now booting the kernel. Okay, there it goes. It actually, look at that. It actually, it got an IP address. It got the host address. It got the root path. And it just could not mount it. Okay, we are in business. We just have to fix the NFS route, and we are good to go. All right, so let's go with export PPC, extract, preserve. I don't think I have actually got the potato stuff on this machine. No, I do not. Alright, so potato rootfs is here at the top level folder. So let's just SCP that across. Okay. So far, so good. Well, I didn't expect it to boot, because I knew I hadn't set up the root file system as of yet. So, definitely very close. We are probably going to have to... I'm probably going to have to get a little clever on how we're actually going to get the files out. Because this version of Linux still has a 2 GB file size limit, so we're probably going to have to get just slightly creative. Alright. So sudo tar extract potato root fs. Okay. Okay, so now we have that set up as an export. So, all we gotta do now is just update this config. All right, chat. Moment of truth. Like, I don't know how likely it is we're actually going to make it into the system, but it'd be really cool if it works. Residual data. All right, here we go. It's probing the bus. Call verify server accept status 2 cannot create route transport. Okay, what gives? What failed? All right, it definitely tried. All right, well, let's take a look. So what did it die with? Server accept status 2 RPC garbage. Server accept status 2. Okay, so what did it... Does it not like the permissions? One 192.165.255.0/24. Let's see here. NFS kernel server. Let me run RPC info. Okay, so RPC info, the port mapper is running. Port map, what is it? /Q? Is it /P? I want to know more about NFS. Yeah, subnet is valid. I want to just know what the registration data for, let's see, RPC. So I've got NFS2, NFS3 enabled. NFS3 should be supported. Port map is good. I don't think it's a read error, but yeah, let's try. Read write sync, no root squash, no subtree check. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, well, let it start up. I just want to see if the messages have changed. Because a submask declaration there should be fine. It just, of course, doesn't give me, like, a real error message. Oh, it might need insecure. You know, that's probably why. Because the host lookup is going to be a little bit iffy. I just want to see if this changes at all. Yeah, it didn't. Okay. You know what? Let's get Wireshark out, because that will give us some hints on what's going on here. Like, what in doubt, Wireshark is, you should always Wireshark. I mean, seriously, how did we used to do networking before E4Real and then later Wireshark? Alright, let's see here. E4Real was just what Wireshark used to be called a very long time ago. I don't even remember why they changed the name, to be perfectly honest. Okay, so sending DHCP requests, and then it fails. So let's look at that NFS handshake and see what it is actually doing. So it does get attribute, and you get a response. Yeah, so you do this get attribute, like, you know what, hold on. Port map. Or TFTP or NFS. Alright, that should get, like, everything relevant. DHCP ACK does two get ports. It asks for NFS, it asks for mount. It wants NFS v2. Why? Well, yeah, that would explain why it's not working. Like, is this kernel too old to know what NFS v3 is? I really don't want to do that if I don't have to. Like, that's going to require me jumping through some hoops. Hold on. Didn't I have a terminal for this already open? Maybe it was on the other screen. Yeah, this is let me to telnet into it. Okay, hold on. Okay. Alright, I just had to remember what my terminals were, because apparently I've just got a lot of them. Alright. SSH. I would love to see more Nintendo development stuff, but man, Nintendo goes out of their way to make sure their stuff doesn't get preserved. Alright, let's see here. Network device support, networking options. It won't be networking device. It'll be network device support. No, it wouldn't. It would probably be under file system. Auto mounter, ROM, NTFS, network file system. Well, it's enabled. I guess it probably can't boot off it. Ugh. That means I'm going to have to enable V2 on Raspberry, and how the hell do I even do that? Like, I'm really hoping someone has already figured this one out. So, alright, so this is how you handle port map, export FS, versions. Okay, so if I want to enable another version, yeah, so version 2 is in fact disabled. So how do I don't know, enable that? Like, I've done this on Ubuntu semi-recently, but it was... I had to fiddle with it quite a bit before I got that working. Okay. I'm not seeing it. Yeah, it is possible. Okay, here it is. Oh, how to enable NFS v2. Here's how you do it. So we just need to add this line. Yeah, I guess that would do it. Alright, well, let's see if that makes a difference. Okay. If that just enabled V2, you know what, I'm good with that. Although I have that feeling it's not going to be that simple, but let's find out. Alright, well, let's find out. So it gets port, it gets retransmission, and then it just basically get attribute, procedure, v2 procedure, get attribute. But the server doesn't actually seem to understand what to do with that. So, hold on. So export fs, mount all t nfs verse 2. 1207 export ppc potato temp test. Protocol not supported. Okay. All right, that was pretty much all right, hold on. Which one of these do I need to actually be on? Probably this one? Yeah, okay, hold on. NFS, cat default NFS, kernel server, RPC NFS, do options NFS 234. I might actually just have to reboot. Alright, so what else do I need to make V2 actually work? So if that's the case, yeah, so it still says NFD versions -2, NFD versions +2. Like, maybe I just need to reboot the Pi. I feel like that's what I had to do with Ubuntu because it is the kernel server. Okay, so no, you can actually enable it at runtime by doing echo +2 proc NSFD versions like that. Or maybe not. You know, I'm just gonna reboot. Like, there's no reason not to. Okay, hold on. Oh, okay, so I will just... Well, I'll probably have to reboot anyway. No, I have you on another monitor. You're on my laptop directly to my left. Yes, I'm seeing you all talk about the config file. I'm sorry, there is a chat delay. Chat, like, editing that file and having a typo is not going to stop my system from booting. Okay. So that takes care of that. It's not supported. This is a kernel 2.2. Or it doesn't seem to support it for diskless booting, which doesn't surprise me, actually. 3.0, NFS v3 took a long time to be supported. Or be supported well. It does have a low latency mode, but it disables subtitles, which I understand, which is why I don't use it. Alright, let's... Oh, you know, I just realized we lost our game of NetHack. Oh, well. You know, it'll actually recover, so proc... +2. Okay, cool. All right. We should be good to go now. All right. All right, booting off the network. Really wish it was like a progress bar. Building open WRT from source and then flashing it is a very brave thing to do. I have the distinct feeling that something we need running is not running. Oh, also, I forgot to plug my camera back in. Alright. Camera's plugged back in. Now I'm going to need some Wireshark. Let me see if this has done anything. It's probably... Wow, you're actually frozen, so... What is going on here? There's probably something... not running that needs to be running, but all right, ETH0. A lot of it is because the Raspbian, the Raspberry Pi people believe that booting is an important feature, something that most ARM. Let's just say I have very strong feelings about the state of the ARM ecosystem. Okay, network booting. Alright, so now that that's starting, what is it actually trying to do? Oh, is our TFTP daemon not running? It's running. That's got a link. Okay. Okay, hold on. TFTP, exit, force to local, run as a daemon, no fork. Really? Like, what time? What are you even... What is even running the TFTP daemon? Like, stop. Okay. Now you're not even running, like... Alright, so daemon log cannot bind to... So now, if we start the TFTP daemon, now do we get any sort of cannot bind? Why can't you bind? What is listening? What is RL? Probably like an int-d replacement. It still can't bind. What is going on here? Okay, so that one's listening. So if I do... Okay, hold on. TFTP... This is starting to really frustrate me. No, I know what inetd is. Like, I understand what it's doing. I don't know why it's such a fucking horseshit config. This is one of my biggest problems with Debian and Ubuntu, is they change simple stuff that is a standard for a reason, for no discernible reason, and it fucks everyone over. Multi-arch was the king example of fucking hubris, which is why Debian and Ubuntu's GCCs are fucking... I'm sorry, this is part of why I stopped doing Linux development professionally. This pissed me off on a fundamental level, because it is insane that you can't do something relatively basic because of all the goddamn automatic horse shit getting in the way and not even leaving a decent debug message. Like, this is one of the few things that really gets me upset. Okay, so is this actually running now? Like, you know, I don't have a problem with inetd, because in the simple days, you just edited the config file, you sent a hup to the daemon, and it worked. Now you have 6 different places you could do it. With respect, Debian has gotten steadily worse release from release. I think a lot of it is a lot of the talent got pulled into Debian derivatives, and it's just basically being autopiloted. I mean, it just feels broken half the time. I can't put anything objective to that, but just it feels like... I very much question using Debian in a production system these days. Are you still... Yeah, you're still trying to do TFTP and failing miserably. Alright. Achoo! Can we get a file like this? Okay, so now that is working. So it looks like it's only here it's having problems. Debian, I understand why they took System D, but the reason they took System D is because Upstart refused. There's a lot of drama relating to that decision. If you want, you can look it up if you want. Let me just put it to you that I understand why Debian made the call, but it was a bad call for many reasons. Because System D has... I don't have a problem with System D conceptually. Solaris has SMF. AIX has its own boot architecture thing. Like, I get that. But every time I try to do something simple, why is this completely... It sends read request and then doesn't do anything. Like, what? The link is up. Oh, we're not in promiscuous mode. I think we're not in promiscuous mode. Like, I don't like getting angry, upset on stream, but like... Ubuntu as a daily driver was usable because I used it as such for many years, and then it's just gotten steadily and steadily worse because I don't know if I want to use greed or incompetence as my reason, but it frustrates me. Alright, promiscuous mode is on. That probably is why it's not... Alright, let me see if you did anything different. Like, it's still sending TFTP read requests, but it doesn't seem to be doing anything with them. Like, you have a route, timeout retrying. TFTP boot, AFTP, daemon no fork. I tried Kubuntu, and I found it completely unusable. But I also think a fair number of that is I find KDE hard to use. I find it to be incredibly clunky, so maybe I'm just not the right user for that. Like, KDE has some very specific ways that it interacts that are different from both Windows and Mac. And there's enough GTK apps that you have to use because there's no cute equivalent that they stand out like a sore thumb. It's like Java applications is what I tend to feel like I'm dealing with whenever I run KDE. So why did this stop working? We just get timeout retry. Did I do something with IP tables? Like, it's... It's obviously trying. Yeah, it's sending a read request for this file. Source address, destination address. Yes, that's all fine. Gentoo, as I find, has not changed all that much. The biggest problem with Gentoo that I run into, which is why I don't like running it, is it's really easy to get it into a state where it's easier to reinstall than try and sort out portage. Alright, let's try running this in trace mode so we can see what in the hell it's actually trying to do here. Alright. Well, I think I've gotten most of the frustration out of my system. That is a particular sore point for me just because I used to work... You know, like, I used to do that professionally for a really long time. How is IP tables not found? Oh, is it... What the hell is NFT? Okay, so net filters. That is actually what I thought it was. I don't think I would have a firewall installed. We're not, the thing is, we're not getting to NFS partitions. It's dying trying to do the NFS boot, which it should not be dying on. You know, I'm just gonna do a full shutdown. Let's actually just turn it all off and turn it all back on again. Like, just tabula rasa. Well, Ben, I think you're enjoying watching me go slightly mad in the attempt to try and get to do something. Alright. Alright, so now we're on a clean start. So let's see what's going on. Okay, so we have no TFTP daemon running. IP link. Okay, what am I doing? IP adder 250.125 device ETH0 add link device ETH0 up Okay, no carrier up. Okay, so now we need to start DHCP, CF, NetBoot, D0. Okay. ATFTPD, log file, trace, serve TFTP. We already have something listening on that port. Okay, so if we have something listening there, can we connect? Okay, so that does apparently work. Okay, so that all looks fine. It's whatever Debian has set up for, or Raspbian has set up. In this case, it's probably Debian, because you can do. Okay, well, apparently it's working, because that time, apparently that's all it actually needed was me turning everything off and back on again. I'm not going to question it at this point. Alright, let's see. Oh! In 7... It's, look at that. It's actually booting up. It has some problems. Yeah, okay, that had some problems. But it tried. Okay, so why did it fail? But hey, at least it tried to NetBoot. Okay, that is distinct progress. It actually started, so it probably just needs some config changes. Like, we actually did see it start up, so we probably just need to go into FS tab and add export PPC potato NFS default 00, and then we just need a line for proc and temp, really. Yeah, we just really just need proc. Okay. That doesn't surprise me about the hardware clock, because the proc device is broken. And I think we're going to have to start up in single user mode, because I think we have to run make dev. Still, that was progress. Like, that was legitimate progress. Let me just watch this boot attempt before I go look for a paper towel. IP DHCP. You know what? I want to actually go into single user mode. Because I just want to see if we can even get that far. There's a reset button? I didn't actually notice that. So. Neat. Oh, look at that. It is actually coming up. I think we can actually go multi-user. Oh, maybe not. No login prompt. That's a symptom of a few possible things. Yeah, that's probably missing dev files. So we're almost there. I was right. I actually just need to come up in single user mode. I mean, we're all. I mean, we have successfully NetBooted. I don't have another. Well, I actually have the adapter now, but at the time, I didn't have the adapter to read the hard drive. It may be because of a missing sysfs is why we didn't get a login terminal. Let's see what it says. We don't technically need to come into multi-user mode, but I'd like to have it work. Well, we're in the system. Although apparently we have a 9 megahertz CPU clock. That's not right. That's definitely not right. It's not quite that slow. Alright. Let's do run the make dev script. There is a way to tell it to, like, just make all. I probably deleted the script I need to make this work. Let's see if there's anything in the log files. Daemon log. Alright, well, none of that actually helps. Can I... No, I'm not going to be actually able to run apt-get update. You can only talk to the Pi, can't you? And you don't have RSH, do you? You do not. That's a slight problem. I didn't quite count on that. I need to be able to download a few dabs. Okay, hold on. So what we need at this point, an SSH client's really not going to help me. That SSH client is going to be, like, too ancient to talk to anything. So what I really need is, like, let's see here. You know what I really just need to do is I just need to do IP masquerade. IP tables masquerade Ethernet. Because that'll let me get the PowerStack on the internet. Okay. So, yeah, okay, so we should just be able... Or, no, it would be NF tables, wouldn't it? Alright, basic NAT. So first we need to turn on packet filtering. Alright, so that's enabled. So if I... Wow, that is just like... Really? That's what this requires? You can't just do it as a one-liner anymore? And this is an improvement over IP tables. How? No, I'm not even gonna deal with it. I'm just gonna figure out the package I need. I'm gonna go grab it. We need the RSH server, which is actually gonna be. If we go to archive.debian.org, I kind of wish I could easily... Yeah, you know what? Well, Trady, I mean, I'm dealing with a machine that has absolutely no documentation. I have very little to go off of, and I'm trying to do doing data recovery on it. Like, I'm taking a very cautious approach to, like, all of it. Oh, there's the way you do it. Okay, so if you just want to do... Oh boy, I'm just gonna go with IP tables because IP tables I actually understand. The only way I like, isn't it like, how is it more secure? I mean, you're basically, you know what, can we just do this? Like, if we're going to just take the nuclear approach to this, route add default gateway 250.01. So that works. Can you talk to my LAN? You can't talk to my LAN. 255. Gateway is, yeah, okay, so that's got the default route, so that's fine. Okay. Post routing masquerade on, or is masquerade the output interface? I think I need to do WLAN. Because the Pi is connected. Yeah, that was it. All right, check it out. The well, that's not gonna work. The PowerStack is back on the internet. Cool. Now, hopefully it's here. So we want the RSH client because we actually don't want encryption. I don't think the SSH client in Potato would have any chance of working in this day and age. I like how it says archive contains future timestamps. So now we can go over to the Pi, sudo apt-get install rsh server. Okay. And now all I do here is I go to our hosts, PowerStack. Alright, and now I'm going to have to do a little bit of debugging, but it shouldn't be too bad. Hosts. You know what? Hold on. I should really change the host name on this thing. I could probably get it building, but trying to build a package over NFS is going to just be absolutely torture. I mean, although granted, this is running faster than running it in emulation. Okay, yeah, so that's fine. That's also maybe why this was having problems. Okay, 192.168.250.01. Hold on. Okay, so permission denied. So why is permission denied? Tail var log off log. This is how I've managed to get these files. This is one of the big things I've had to do to get files on and off old systems. I think if we do that, like, is that going to behave now? Yeah, permission denied. RSS denied. Let's see our host. I always forget the format of this. Must be owned by root and only writable. Net groups can be surprised. General blah blah blah. That's all fine. Host. That's the problem. 192.168.250.100 is PowerStack. There we go. Now look, now we can run RSH. So now all we got to do is just put a place on the system with enough disk space. How much disk space do we have here? Not enough on this device. Do we have it on this one? You know what I'm going to do is I'm going to, you know, I can just, I was trying to use a larger SD card earlier, and I didn't quite succeed. Okay, so now all we got to do is ddif dev sda pipe to rsh. You know, I'm hoping status progress works in this version. Well, almost. Dev SDA, no device. Okay. Yep, okay, that ain't gonna work, because you're writing it there over NFS. How do I want to do this? So I want to pipe this over RSH to milliways, and I want to write it. I think I have to do it like this. I think I have to do it cat mount PowerStack SDA.image like that. Hey, look, there it is. Check it out. It is actually reading that drive. That is cool. This is how I did the RS6000. PowerStack. And then if we do a watch. Yeah, now we can watch it go. This drive is near quiet. I can see the status light though. Alright, I'm going to use the facilities and we'll let this dump. Okay, I'm back. Alright. So the question is, as long as the hard drive is good, this should read out without problems. I know one of the drives is dead from when I was testing it earlier. So let's make this nice and big, but this is probably going to take at least an hour. So let's make this tiny. Because let's kill some time. We really do need to kill time here. I'm going to do a separate stream for recovering the files because we're going to have to install AIX in either in Cume or we're going to have to do it on real hardware. If we had an iSCSI target, that would be one thing. No, this drive is 8. This is an 8 gig. Oh, hold on. I thought this one was an 8 gigabyte drive. Lot number. Whatever. We'll find out when it's done. It's a SCSI drive. It just never becomes ready, but newer hard drives are harder to work on than older ones. So I say let's play NetHack for a bit because we just hopefully it saved our game. It should have. Like, NetHack's pretty good about this. It should tell me that there's a game in progress. Okay, so it did not save that game. Alright, then we'll do an archaeologist. Okay. So what did we start with? I'm a little sad about that. 4 food rations, a pickaxe, a tinning kit, and an uncursed stack. We are decently strong, and that's about the only thing going for us. So, if we are going to be serious about an archaeologist... Oh yeah, let me make this bigger. Alright, chat, how's that look? Okay, so we've got a fountain. We've got a large box. It might speed it up, but it really doesn't make that much difference. None of that actually helps me, so let's keep going. Like, I have an idea and a strategy that I want to take into account. Okay, so we have a newt here. We've got a potion. I will say that the tiles version of this game has quite a bit better visual feedback than the console version does. But man, like, no one plays tiles. Alright. So we have grid bugs here. What do we have? A morning star. I mean, I'll take it with us for now. Like, I think I want to just grab everything. Because playing Dimensional Hopper has really been a mindset. Let's see here. Is there an easier way I can, like, keep you on screen? Yeah, that's just going to take a while. We're just going to have to sit there and wait. But I knew that was going to be a problem, so be it. There is really not a lot on this level, is there? Kill the jackal. Actually, you know what? Let's wield the pickaxe, because the pickaxe is going to be a better weapon for us long term. Do I have skill points in there? Whip. I have basic and pickaxe, which isn't horrible. Saber, I can actually become good in, so if that shows up, that would be nice. Is that my little... Yeah, it is my little dog, so we'll call him Fido. Alright. Let's continue on to the next dungeon level. We could wait, but let's do dungeon levels 1 through 3 and then work from there. I think we are going to want to do an early mines. And I just realized we have auto dig enabled, which I don't want. Come on. Alright, so now we have a cobalt and a sink. We'll come back. We'll play with the sink later. Sinks are a good way to die in the early game. If we can... Hold on, let's see if we can get around this boulder, because we can actually get some exercise. By doing this, by pushing it back and forth, you can actually get... work up your strength and make it better. And you don't have to do it a lot. Like, a little bit of strength goes a long way. We are a dwarf, though, which means we actually have really good intelligence for being a dwarf, but... We're not going to be amazing spellcasters. Where are we? Oh, we're over here. Then why is my tile also over here? Wait, hold on. Save. And then... Hopefully this isn't having problems. We've already transferred half a gig. I think if the map is too zoomed in, it might get messed up. Alright. Door is locked, so kick that in. Two pink potions. We probably should test one. Oh, and I see a gemstone. Alright, so far so good. So one of the perks, one of the very few things that archaeologists get is they start with a touchstone, and they can use it to immediately identify gems, which can be useful, but it oftentimes is surprisingly not. Do we not know where the downstairs is here? Okay, no, we do know where it is. Okay, so we do have some fountains. So where is my pet? Alright, so there is my pet. Okay. I've been using Synology for my data storage needs as of late. It's just worked well. What we got here? We have a hobbit. You know what? Let's see if my pet will attack, because hobbits could have decent equipment. Oh, we have a newt. Yeah, because I don't want to hurt the hobbit, but... Okay. So here's my tame little dog. And the AI is not... The pet AI is not great. So you keep following me. Okay, so now Fido and the Hobbit are going at it. And I just basically am going to prevent retreat. Well, we got a Dwarvish cloak and a sling out of that. Let's see if that cloak is worth anything. Okay. No, but at least it's a cloak, so at least we have something in that slot now. Okay. The model in the drive is an ST390-175LC. I'll write that out in chat. ST39195LC. So I'm going to just ask, tiles or ASCII? Because I gotta admit, I'm enjoying playing with tiles just because it's a novelty, but I don't know if I would enjoy it overall. I believe these tiles actually date to the Atari ST version. Okay, so now Dungeons of Doom, level 3. Gecko, stone rat statue, so we still don't care. Because then we're still going to have to put the PowerStack on the PowerStack, and we're going to have to get the other parts of it. Okay, so when in doubt, we can just... So why are we not able to find a passage? There must be a hidden door around here. maybe... Like, I'm using my pickaxe to cut through the walls, and I'm not finding anything. Okay, so I'm now hungry. That's fine. So the maze is always supposed to continue to generate in, like, one continuous path, but it doesn't always happen. Ah, there it is. Secret door. That has nothing behind it. Oh, another secret door. Oh, an acid blob. You know what? I'm going to let... Oh, and I am now weak. So my strategy is to try and save as much permanent food as I can, although I've been a little bit not great about that. Okay, we have gold pieces, and we have a grave. And we are experience level 3. I mean, we can now take quite a few more hits. So I'm feeling quite a bit better about this than I did before. Is this the Dwarven Mines? No, this is the main dungeon. Alright. Let's backtrack. Yeah, like, see how much I'm missing this gecko? Even though I shouldn't be? Alright, so... 13 gold pieces, and what we got over here? And we have a scroll. Alright, let's do a little bit of organization. Did I start with a sack? Yeah, I did start with a sack. So let's put in the consumables. Drop. We're still not overburned, so I'm not going to worry about it that much just yet. Oh, more potions. Ooh, hard shoes. That is actually a decent find. Like, I think our biggest goal is we're going to want armor, and I think we're going to have to grind for it. 2 green gems. Yeah, okay, worthless glass. Oh, okay, so that's my little dog. So I think that's it for this level. I could be wrong, but... I suspect it is. So let's see, what level? We're on DL3. Let's see if these hard shoes are worth anything. Okay. And our armor level is now 6. Oh, they're a +1 pair. That's actually quite nice. That is quite nice. So, okay, so looking at our inventory, I want to know what these pink potions are, and the fact that they're not stacking tells me that one of them is cursed or blessed. The tinning kit, I don't know how useful it's going to be. There are uses for it. I'm going to actually wait until I'm full HP before we go down. Okay. Alright, so we have a purple, red... Oh, we just became burdened. Okay. So, this is important because that now means that we are taking a pretty severe time penalty when we move. So, what we should probably do is let's make our first stash. Do these have doors? This doorway has no door. Then, let's do it right here. Let's drop everything we don't need. Sling, Morning Star. We'll keep all the armor we have. Let's take our sack. Actually, we'll drop the potions until we know what they are. What else can we keep and or get rid of? We can drop the figurine. And we'll put our money in the sack. Okay. Alright. So, actually, let's put an annotation that we have a stash on this level. Stash. Basic stash. Alright. So far, so good. We've got 3 gold pieces. We've got a large box. Can we loot this box? Nope, we need a key. Oh, a floating eye. That could have been incredibly bad. That could have been a game-ending mistake right there, hitting that. Let's grab both of that, and let's give that floating eye a wide berth. I have no way to kill it at range, so it's just going to hang out there. Come on, door. Let's see what's on the other side of the dungeon. Like, what's... Wow, there's a lot of locked doors on this one. Alright, let's see how this... How much have we downloaded? So we've downloaded 1 gigabyte thus far, and the hobgoblin just picked up a cursed sword. We'll grab that sky blue potion, because now we have a few of those. I'll take the dagger. Come on. Oh, a different dwarvish cloak. Maybe it's a +1. Like, it would be nice. Like, every little point of armor is going to make such a huge difference at this stage of the game. So, okay. So, Fido picked it up, which means it's not a cursed item. So, we can take it off. Now, is that a better one? Yeah, no, it's no different. Alright, let's see here. Gnomish mines. Oh, they're dark. Oh, that is miserable. Dark mines are a death sentence. Yeah, let's take these to our stash. And, destroy another orc zombie. Okay. So let's drop what we don't need. And let's look at this. We have 2 pink potions, 2 sky blue potions. I think identifying these is probably in our best interest. We don't have an altar, but every little bit helps. So the way, one of the things you can do is you can take, you can dip like a dagger, and that will actually tell you if it's a poisoned potion. All right, so no, we didn't get any messages. So if we take off all our armor, so now our AC should be 20. Let's drink the potion. That was a potion of paralysis, I believe. Yep, that's what that was. And we are about to die. Okay, cool. And so that was a dangerous potion, but it didn't add too badly. And brain being on fire is sickness. Okay, so I believe you just vomit. You don't actually, like, die. So those potions are good for turning into water at a later point when we can get holy water. Okay, so that was annoying, but so be it. A restore attribute potion will fix up those intelligent point damage. Alright. So, with that being said, yeah, because we're not doing spell casting, so I just died. What killed me? Oh, the little dog killed me. It must have gone feral. Oh, that sucks. Died, killed by a little dog. Now that went about as well as I thought it was gonna go. F. Yeah, so for those who joined the stream a bit late, we are imaging off the hard drive. Like, you can see the light and the indicator going. It's just going to take a while. Like, at this point, I could shut the stream down and mission accomplished. But I will at least wait until this hard drive reads out. I mean, that is how NetHack generally works. Just saying. All right, let's roll another one. And I'm not going to do the same roll twice. Like, what were those? Like, hold on. Like, I'm just going to click it a whole bunch of times. And we are an Orc Ranger. I can get behind that. That'll be interesting. I've had some luck with Rangers before, but they're not an easy race to play. So we start with an Orcish Dagger, Orcish Bow, a bunch of arrows, displacement. Yeah, like, they're not amazing, but they're not horrible. And the dog comes with a name. Honestly, for an orc, we have pretty decent stats. Like, usually you don't have great stats as an orc. They're just not super powerful. Teleportation trap. I actually don't know if that was the same little dog that killed me versus not. Alright. I do definitely want to get better with my NetHack game, though. Like... Okay, so there's the downstairs. So let's take a... Or I could fall down a trap door. Oh, and an engagement ring. Okay, that is actually useful. Well, I shouldn't say that's actually useful. I will say it's more... Okay. It's more nice to be able to find something like that. So let's head on to dungeon level 2. Like, what are we using as a weapon? We're using an Orcish Dagger as a weapon. Okay. So we have a slime mold, we have a downstairs, like there... Ooh, a wand. Okay. Jeweled wand. The engraving on the floor vanishes. Oh, that's a vanishing wand. That is actually very dangerous. Depending on what it was. Vanish. That means it's either a wand of cancellation, a wand of teleportation, or a wand of make invisible. So let's find out what that is. So let's zap this wand. And it disappeared. That is a wand of teleportation. Hold on. Where did that wand go? Oh, hold on. I can scroll down. I gotta remember that you can scroll down in this menu. So... Alright, that's actually a really amazing find for the early game, because that I can use to get rid of things that are trying to kill me. So I will take that. Let's see if this engagement ring is anything useful. Okay, so it's not cursed. Oh, and it's a ring of invisibility. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I can work with this. Okay, so let's force the lock. Okay. Oh, my dagger broke. I forgot that that could even happen. Okay, well, that's a bit of a problem. Means that I've only got the bow now. Alright, well, we're just gonna have to be quiet and subtle. And mostly... Oh, a crossbow. Arrows. If we can untrap that, it would actually be quite handy. 20 arrows. Yeah, that's actually going to be really quite useful. Yeah, we're just dumping out some hard drives right now. Oh, wow, I just saw what my HP is. Yeah, like, I'm squishy. Yeah, okay. Alright, let's be a bit more methodical about this. I need to get some level up points and some armor. And a new weapon at this point. What can I actually use? I can use dagger, knife. You know what? That's not horrible, all things considered. I still can't believe I broke my dagger. Like, that annoys me. Alright, so what do we want to drop on... Let's go down the stairs. Yeah, I'm going to have to use my bow and just be very careful about the ammo. Okay, so let's drop potion rings, all that. Like, let's just keep the loot as little as possible. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, avoid the gas bore. You know what? I can actually do something about taking these things. Like, there's a lot of enemies I can actually kill now that I usually can't. That's a bit weird. Oh, that's annoying. The window seems to sometimes just lose focus. Wow, that's a lot of tripration. Oh, hold on. Take off. It's a general store. Lamp, leather armor, red gems, a very expensive scroll, and a food ration. Wow, that is like complete crap. That is like entirely complete garbage. I will grab that leather armor because I have literally nothing better, and I will actually also grab that lamp. if I can just find something to sell. Okay, and then Alright, so where's my pet? That becomes the next question. Oh, nope. Going back up, not staying there. Okay, we're still doing okay on ammo. I just have to keep an eye on that. Alright, let's try wearing this. Let's try wearing this layer armor. Like, I'm just gonna kind of YOLO it. Okay, so it's not cursed. Or at least I don't think it is. Okay, an armor class of 5 is decent for this stage of the game. It's going all right. We are currently reading out a hard drive. 1.7 gigs down out of 9. I really gotta stop clicking on the playfield. Like, that's gonna get me killed. Do I care at all about these potions right now? Probably not. Alright, wait for my dog, and down the stairs we go. Alright. Ooh, crossbow bolt alts. That probably... I have a crossbow, but they're not that useful. Okay. So there's... Okay, so the entrance to the Gnomish mines are right here. We might be able to do quite well in the mines. What we got? Oh, a Shrieker. And we did level up over that. So, you know what? That was a kind of a... Wow, we got, like, no hit dice off that. We're only 16. Whew. Alright, so now it's time to pray. We're back up to full stomach. Unfortunately, we have a lamp, which means we can explore the mines quite a bit easier than not. Of course, the moment I go right down there, I nearly die, so, you know. Just saying. Healing up. Lamp. Okay, so there was a floating eye right there. Orc zombie. Yeah, we gotta make the mines count because unfortunately we are so low on basically... Oh, I died from crossbow bolts. I don't think I'm very good at playing with tiles, I'll be honest. I find it hard to see what I'm doing. Alright, I think at this point, I'm just killing time here. I don't know how much I'm really in the mood to play NetHack, so I think I'm going to let these drives read out. And what I'll do is I'll put a community post up with the status. Like, this was what I set out to do. And we'll do another live stream of trying to get the actual files read out, because that's going to be a different project. But I think I'm going to call it here. Yeah, I think I'm going to call it here, folks. So if you enjoyed this content, please like and subscribe. If you've really enjoyed this content, consider supporting me on Patreon or Ko-fi. We will be back sometime this week to do more work on this, but I just need to sit, read, and do this. Like, This is literally a paint drying. You know what? Actually, I will go on Discord. And I will put this on for at least a little bit in the paint drying channel. Okay. All right. I will catch you later. Peace.